Hello, hello, hello. I don't remember how any of this works, so give me a second. So I think I've got to do some stuff. Actually, how do I do this? There it is. Okay. Let's go into a little app that I like to call Discord and link this. And also just have to hope that no one can hear how slowly I type. There we go. All right. Everything is linked. What's left? Might as well go ahead and make a post on the Blue Ski. Hope everyone out there is doing well today. I'm very excited to do this. It's going to be intense, I think. Some of these guys I know off the top of my head. Other ones I do not. I know that I can't spend too much time on the details because I'll be here for 17 hours, but I've got a system set up. It should be fun. I also encourage anyone who has some spare time to draw along with me if you are so inclined. I'm doing all of these in one stream. 251 Pokemon. The first 251 in the Pokedex as of like Gold and Silver. No weird international dex numbering order. I'm just going to go from Gen 1 and draw straight into Gen 2 in order. And all I have is I have a list of all of the names. And I have to just remember as best I can. Honestly, even some of the ones that I know very well, like I've drawn Bulbasaur a lot of times. I don't know how well I can draw Bulbasaur if I don't have a reference in front of me. So that should be something. And I will also need to like simplify and draw them pretty small. I've got, well, you'll see. You'll all see. Okay, boop, boop, boop. Now, I believe there's a thing on Blue Sky now where you can make it so that you are, like, live. There it is. But yeah, strap in. It's going to be a long one. Okay, I think I've done all of the requisite things needed to be done before streaming. So, let's go ahead and switch over to the art cam. And I'll explain my wild process. Oh, actually, there's one more thing I need to do. Sorry, just one more minute.
Bears, 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 bears.
Bears, thank you, Ramens. Okay. Here we go. So, this is my current setup here. I've got paper with grids printed on them. I've got a 5x4 kind of delegation here. I knew that if I just freehanded on a piece of paper, it would be all over the place, and I'd probably end up wasting a lot of paper. So, what I decided to do was print these out. So the Pokemon drawings are actually going to be pretty small, because there's 13. This is what I have to go through today. And again, I'm doing all of these in one stream. So there's 13 of these pieces of paper. So it's going to be a lot of drawings. I will have a couple of squares left over. I don't think 13 pieces of paper, like it's more than I need. So we'll do some maybe fun bonuses at the end, but it's just going to be 13 pages of this, filling up the entire thing, 20 Pokemon per page, all from memory. And we're going in Pokedex order, so it will be like pretty much evolutionary lines as they come, which actually might help me a little bit as I try to remember details. And I definitely encourage anyone who has time to draw today, if you've got some free time, by all means. It's going to be a long haul, so if at any point you want to, or you're not drawing and you just want to catch up or whatever, we'll try our best to remember to take breaks. I'm always very bad at that, but we will try. I need to dismiss this other alarm that I had set up. The only other thing that I have, like,
train started.
Time-wise today, thank you, Lion, and thanks for getting that hype train started. This is going to be a pretty hype stream. We'll see how long we can keep up the energy. The only other thing I have planned today is at 7:20 p.m. I have a hard out, but that's like 5 hours from now. And the only reason is I want to watch the astronauts come home on the stream. So, until then, I'm doing this. This is like my ultimate decompression from all the work I've been doing lately, which has been very fun and very rewarding, but also I've been just doing a lot of work. So it seems weird, I know, to reward myself by doing a grueling drawing challenge, but the fact that this is just one thing that I have complete control over feels good. So I don't know actually if I should keep the paper in a stack. I don't think I will, I don't want anything like pressing down through them. So I'm going to set these off to the side. But I think I've stalled long enough Hopefully, if you're going to draw along, I've given you enough time to prepare your pencils and pens and tablets and whatever. I guess if you're doing this digitally, you've got as much space as you need. Just make the canvas infinite. Hey, thank you. I loved doing the art for that. It was a true pleasure, especially because I got pretty wild amounts of freedom for the art. And also they kind of vibed with the first thing I pitched, so that was very exciting for me. It was the exact mood that I wanted to set. But I love doing album art. It's maybe my favorite commercial illustration thing that I have gotten to do in my career. Okay, it's time. Number 1. This is page 1, and this is going to be Bulbasaur. So Bulbasaur kind of looks like a little guy. He's sort of small and little, but he's got very defining characteristics, as we say in the industry. He's got kind of a head that is shaped, and he's got kind of like a curved mouth. He's got 2 little teeth, and then the eyes are pretty far apart, as I recall, and they kind of look like this sort of shape. And then, oh man, okay, I know that there are triangles on the head. If I try to equivocate all the details this much for the rest of these, I'm going to spend 17 years doing this, which is, I could just spend the next 17 years doing this. Who's to say I shouldn't? Okay, and then, the body is like, it's kind of toad-like. It's sort of froggy in nature. And they've got very, chubby forearms. I remember that. And then, of course, they have their famous bulb. I think I drew it a little more onion-like than it really is supposed to be. And there's definitely some more markings, on the body. And I can't remember... Ooh, I really can't remember if they have... Ooh, do they have little toe claws? Or are they more like... I can't remember. I kind of want to make the little back feet like this. I think that's cute. Okay, so that's Bulbasaur. I think also maybe they've got an inner circle on the eyes. This is already an ill-considered venture because I know that I'm going to be dragging my foolish left hand through all of these. But that's okay. So Pokemon number 2 is Ivysaur, the Pokemon I think I've drawn the least out of this evolutionary line. So Ivysaur is very similar to Bulbasaur, I think. A bit bigger maybe, but size is going to be really relative in these illustrations, just due to the fact that I'm working in little grids. But I believe that Ivysaur's face and body is almost exactly the same as Bulbasaur. I think they've got more fangs, and then maybe what is different about Ivysaur's appearance? The eyes have to be the same pretty much, I feel like, or else let's make them look like they're looking up, because I think that's cute. And then I think they have mammal ears, which is weird. I remember how the bulb is different. That's going to be kind of tough in this space that I've set for myself. Let's make a happy little open mouth, and then we're going to learn a lot about how to fit these little guys into their squares. I'm just going to kind of go teddy bear mode on this, and we'll give them the same little toesies. Now, the bulb on this one is like a flower. It's like an unopened flower. And then, oh, crud. Is it like... and every time I ask, is it like, that is rhetorical, I must stress. I'm looking for no hints or anything like that. I believe it's like this, where the petals or the leaves are opening up. They're like unfurling. It's gonna be something like that. Okay. And now good luck fitting Venusaur into a little square. Okay, so Venusaur is a large friend. So the first thing I'm going to do for any large friend is like sort of set up a space for them to live inside. And then with the economy of this, we got to kind of like figure out. I know that this fool is wide and flat. That is the nature of Venusaur. And I love that for them. We are big fans. Maybe for this one, I'll keep the mouth closed. And I'll make them kind of eepy looking. Because Venusaur always felt like it was seconds away from napping at any given moment. At least mine felt that way. And the sides kind of bulge. And I know that one of the leaves lays over the top of their head because that's so cute. And then we have 251 of these to do. Okay. Just a simple 251 of these. Oh boy. He didn't think it through, folks. All right, and then this, and then this. This is going to be one of the most tremendous smash cuts of all time when we go to the end of today's stream, and it's me just absolutely slamming out the pictures, just spending like 4 seconds on each drawing. But we're just warming up, you know? I believe the leaves go out like that. And then this, I think there are spots on this. And then this is like I forget the exact nature of the tree. I think it's kind of like this.
Not fair, you know the bulbous too well.
I know the bulbous. They're my favorite. I've spent the most time training my precious bulbous. Also, hi, Red. So good to see everybody again. It's been a while. All right, those are the bulbas. The bulbas are done. Now it's on to the next 3. Oh, what fun. Now, Charmander is maybe the critter whose design changes the most depending on who's drawing them. Like, they are very amorphous little friends. They've got like sort of the classic kind of like little upside down light bulb body, and then they've got the little like dino feet, I think, probably. And then they've got the tail. I know for sure they've got the tail because that's where the fire live. And then the fire. And then there's no other accoutrement on their face. I don't remember the arms super well, but I'm gonna assume they're just like Squirtle style chub arms. This kind of thing. And the mouth is probably like this. Can't remember the fang situation, but the early Pokemon designs, like for a lot of them, they went very animalistic, which I feel like is kind of something that people talk about when they talk about the newer Pokemon designs, where they say like, these guys used to be animals and now they're like little men running around. So I feel like I can lean pretty heavily on that when I go and draw these early Pokemon designs, is that I know at least a lot of them are just little critters. I think that's more or less what Charmander looks like. I could probably shave a few scriggles off of that and then sort of change the nature of the head shape maybe. This feels kind of accurate, but honestly, yeah, that's a perfect Charmander. Let's just pretend that's a perfect Charmander and move on. Charmeleon is, I don't remember Charmeleon even like a little bit, other than I think the arms are, these got like Popeye arms, because I'm pretty sure that's something that carries through to Charizard. Charmeleon. Okay, I'm just gonna draw like a sort of basic shape again. It's gonna be like the ultimate warm-up day for me. Okay, so Charmander head again. Maybe like a snout? Because Charizard has a snout. Okay. The body has to be the same, I think, as Charmander. You're going to be observing a lot of deductive reasoning in today's stream. Of just me being like, okay, well, I know how they design like Pokemon. So I can sort of carry a little bit of that knowledge through. So maybe some of this. Some of this like kind of... He's got the little Popeye arms. I'm sure of that. That is the one thing that I would stake my life on. He's probably like a rascal. And then the eyes. Does he have Charmander eyes or does he have Charizard eyes? Okay. I'm gonna say Charizard eyes. I'm gonna go like give him the Vegeta. Make him look angry. Oh, crud. Does he have like a thing on his head? Okay, I'm gonna put the tail in because I know at least the tail is a thing. There might be a thing on this fool's head. I'll put these like claw fingers on. And a little, yeah, like that. Oh, man, okay. Deductive reasoning time again. Charizard has two little horns because I just drew Charizard the other day for a commission. So I know that Charizard has little horns. But does Charmeleon have little horns? Does he have one little horn? That feels like it. Let me just draw it and see how it looks. It neither looks right or wrong to me. So I'm going to have to move on because, again, I've only drawn 5 Pokemon, and I've got 251 to draw today. Anyone joining for the first time? Just know that I'm going to draw 251 Pokemon. As long as the universe still has heat, I guess. Okay, I know I need a lot of room for Charizard. Now, I've drawn Charizard fairly recently, so I should be able to approximate. Now, I said that with such confidence, and now I'm totally doubting myself. I know that Charizard has the horns. I know that Charizard has, like, a huge neck. Just, like, rampantly thick. I know that Charizard has a huge body. It's going, like, wide mode. Oh, crap. Charizard has wings. Oh, no. They can fold those wings up. Okay, and then... love putting... oh, that's a pretty dainty little leg I just drew. That's not how those types of legs work. There we go. And then kind of hitting the bit of a dance move here. Maybe a little bit of a stanky leg. Now, I'm going to just sort of imply an angry eye because I have to draw some of these so small. And we're going to fold up the wings, I guess. Lord help us. Got Popeye arms, I remember that much. And the wings probably go down and then up. Like this? Yeah, sure. Everybody loved this. Everybody appreciates this. Okay, and then they've got the tail, obviously. It's back there. Take my freaking word on it. There we go. Okay, that's Charizard. I'd know him from anywhere. Next up is Squirtle. Squirtle is another pretty straightforward one, and I feel like I'm already careening off of a cliff in an attempt to draw these faster and faster, so that is exciting to me, because by the end of the stream, it's going to just be bananas. So let's do... he's got chubby arms, he's got chubby legs, he's kind of like a baby. He's kind of like what if a baby was a Pokemon. Just like, you can tell that this fool has trouble standing up on his own. Got the big shell. Got like the squirrel tail back there. Don't know why I drew that arm like that, but we're gonna let it ride. And let's draw this fool smug. Is that smug? Or is that like DreamWorks face? Oh, dearie me. Yeah, sure. Smug, you know. You know Smug from Smug? That's good stuff. And then they've got markings on the shell, but never in a million years. I think it's something like this. There might be more lines, but honestly, good enough. And then like all Gen 1 Pokemon, they've got the like eye shine here, and then the thing like this, and then kind of like darker color around it. So this is kind of a mad scientist Squirtle that I've developed, and I love them, and I support them in all they do. So now Wartortle. Famously, Wartortle has a characteristic that distinguishes it from both Squirtle and Blastoise, and that aspect is the head wings. So we're gonna go head wing mode. we've got like... Not sure why now I'm choosing to add any kind of dynamism. I don't have like a plan here. Okay, let's put this leg like this. They're kind of... I don't even know. They're getting fancy with it. Put the other arm out like this. Go in superhero mode. And then the shell back here. And then they have like a very fancy tail that's like big, I feel. And it's got curls in it. It's like a wave. Don't think I can do better than this. This is kind of it, I think. Okay, now Wartortle into Blastoise. Blastoise? Have I ever drawn a Blastoise before? I know they're big, but that kind of goes without saying. Blastoise has cannons coming out of the shell. And their head looks kind of like... It's different, right? It's got like a muzzle almost. It's like a... I think I need to figure the head out. Now, the shapes I've currently drawn kind of look like... what's-his-face from Into the Spider-Verse? The Kingpin? How they drew the head halfway down the body? And we're just going to go with that. That's okay and fine, actually. Crime Boss mode. I really can't remember how the head's supposed to look. I think they have like a Pete, like a Disney Pete kind of huge neck underjaw. And then some kind of like... There's a color separation, I feel, that I have maybe not captured here, but you can only do what you can do, you know? And then like a little, like this kind of, it looks like what if a Voltorb was a cat, but that's okay. We cannot dwell on such things. We must only move forward. And then there's definitely cannons. There's no two ways about it. There's nothing I can do to stop those cannons being there. I'm trying my best, but they just won't listen to me. The cannons are here to stay, and the cannons go inside like bay doors or something on the shell. And then there's definitely like big chonker arms, which we love. Let's put one of those down here. Try to make at least a somewhat dynamic pose as I mostly draw a shell going around this water cat's head. Very Bowser coated. And then kind of like an undershell. Something like that. And then probably like another big leg sticking out like this if we're trying to do some dynamism. Maybe they're sort of getting down to launch the big cannon attack. Sure, why not? And I think there's also a tail back there somewhere, but don't quote me on that. Okay, so that's Blastoise. They look like this. That's my quote. If anyone asks for a quote on this project, it is, they look like this. Okay, next up is Caterpie. I'm so glad that I have the list of names because I would have forgotten at this point what comes after the starter Pokemon. So Caterpie, I've definitely drawn a Caterpie before. They're segmented, they're round, they've got like this kind of thing going on. They're like those little glowworms from my childhood youth. And they've got like a little bulb on the end. Some kind of little bulb. it's basically a Caterpie. And then they've got like a mouth thing. Remember their mouth thing? Because it's got a flat plane on one side. And then they have this like Y-shaped thing. And this is actually based on a real bug. There's a real bug that has this appearance in our world. And then what else is a defining characteristic of Caterpie? They've got like little feets. I remember the little feets. Or is that Weedle? Dang it. I don't remember if the feets are Weedle or Caterpie. That's fine. That's fine. We're just gonna kind of go with it. And I, love them. And they have like a circle thing on this side. Yeah, I would know this guy anywhere. This is my friend Caterpie from like a forest or whatever. That's where I know them from. And I'll put this here so you know that they care. And then Caterpie turns into Metapod. Now, I've drawn a lot of Metapods in my day, but I've always used very careful reference because Metapods have angles to them. And if you draw it even a little wrong, it looks bananas. But they're kind of like a moon sort of guy. Like this. This is the basic silhouette of a Metapod, I'm pretty sure. And there's like a sad eye. He's crying. And then there's like shapes here. There's an eldritch geometry that you can't even, if you begin to describe it, you go mad. It's like something out of Bloodborne. There's like triangles. It goes down. And then there's like lines here. I think that's basically Metapod. Right? Maybe there's another line like under here. I don't know. Yeah, that's basically Metapod. I'll give him a little string so he's hanging. There we go. Now, Butterfree is bananas. I can already tell you I'm not going to get the wing patterns correct. But Butterfree is a butterfly. I really need to speed this up. Okay, so Butterfree... If I go too fast, I'm going to sound like I'm panicking the whole time. I must assure you that I'm having a lovely time. But I know that there's like... Oh, does it have long arms? Did I already mess that up? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Because I know there's like... It has clown feet. Like, sorry Butterfree, but you got some clown shoes on. And then there's definitely like bug eyes. And then antenners. I think I made the head too big, but that's honestly a little kawaii. And then we've got the butterfly wings, which is great. And then like underneath there's like the second set or whatever. I really should know that better. I literally drew a real butterfly not that long ago. And then there's a pattern on the wings. Now, I've drawn the pattern a few times over the years, but I've always used very strict reference. I remember there being like a thing here. That would always be my starting point. And then probably it's like a series of lines. And it's like this, because it does this on the outside of the wings. I remember that. I'm just going to draw like a series of lines and then kind of like connect them by a swooping outside edge because I can't really be bothered to think too much about this. But I believe it's something like this for the black outer edge of the wings. And then probably like similar down here. I don't really remember what the bottom looks like. Okay, good enough. Weedle. Okay, I remember... Not much. Weedle is like what if Diglett was a bug. So Weedle is like circle, but then the Diglett nose, and then has like an eyeball. I don't know if it has that kind of eyeball, I think. And then it has like a horn. And the only thing I remember about the body is the feet. So I'm really hoping that it's just a series of orbs with feet on it. And if not, may God strike me down. Oh no, I think I've made the orbs too big. Oh, it has like a spike on its tail too. But it's definitely got these like little ball feet. I don't know how far down they go. I think that's Weedle. Kakuna. I don't know Kakuna as well as Metapod. I know that it looks like a little alien. So it's like... It's got like this kind of like dome shape. And then the alien eyes. Alien eyes. Makes you think. And then it's got the body. It kind of goes... like this, but there's a whole mess of like stuff that happens in here line wise, and I'm not trying to read all that, so I'm just gonna like put kind of a bunch of like abs, I guess. I really can't remember what Kakuna has going on, because I do not spend a lot of time looking at Kakuna, if I'm being real with you. Okay, Beedrill. I sure hope it does. So Beedrill is like a bee, if you can imagine a bee. That's kind of what Beedrill is like, sort of. But there are other Pokemon that are more like bees, I think, in other ways. Actually, maybe Beedrill's more like a wasp. Because doesn't it have kind of like a little beak and then the little segment body here? I know that it's got that big butt with the spike on it. That's canonical, and it's definitely got the big like spike hands. So let's just put those in, and then we'll get them hooked up. I think I drew them way too far from the body, which is really funny. And then it's got like antennas and probably some stripes, I hope. And I don't remember if it has legs. It's a bee. It must have legs. Oh, where do the legs come out, though? Is it like this? That sucks to consider. It's just a little guy. When it doesn't have wings, it's like, ha-ha! I found you! Okay, let's put some wings on this fool. Not make them look as much like a dude with knives standing menacingly. Okay, that's, I mean, yeah. That's kind of, yeah. It's a Beedrill with some extra reach, maybe. But I don't remember any other details. As I said, this is going to get so simplified as we go on, I'm sure. We're on page 1 still. I must remind you there are 13 pieces of paper ahead of me. So, Pidgey. Oh no. Oh, all the birds are gonna look the same. The birds are all gonna look the same. Oh, crud. Bird Pokemon vex me, man. Bird Pokemon vex me. Okay, I remember a couple of details about Pidgey, I think. I do. So Pidgey, I believe, is like... At the very least, I'll get some of the shapes correct, and it probably has the standard Pokemon bird feet thing, which is like pink with 3 toes, and then one of the toes goes back like this, you know, bird stuff. But oh, and I think it's got a pointed wing that points downward, and then probably a tail that's got like some of this. This is a very common like Pokemon Gen 1 shape. Don't remember anything about the front like crest area. It's probably, I don't know, like that. And then the head, well, it's a Pokemon bird, so it's probably got the little beak that goes like this. They're all kind of shaped the same. And then it's got like angry eyebrows, I think. Like this. This feels bananas to me. But I think this is what it has. I'm pretty sure it's got like angry eyebrows. And then... is that it? This does not look like a Pidgey to me, so I'm sure there's something wrong, but I can't discern what it is, and I honestly don't care enough to think too much harder about it. So we're going to move on to Pidgeotto. Now, Pidgeotto, I remember one very key characteristic of Pidgeotto, and that is Pidgeotto's got like the slick back, like long hair. It's like... oh god, it's gonna be really tough to fit these fools into these little boxes, it turns out, huh? It's gonna be like this, and then it's got the longer neck. That's awesome. What I've just drawn so far for Pidgeotto is wild, because how is that gonna turn into Pidgeotto? Okay, so it's got like this, and then it's got those darned feet again. So many birds do in this day and age. And then it's got like kind of more fancy plumage, I think, out the back. And then we're gonna tuck the wings in. I remember this. This is what I remember. This line right here, to me, that's Pidgeotto. And to a certain extent, Pidgeot. Although I think Pidgeots go up at the back. But I believe Pidgeotto has like this kind of thing going on. And then it probably extends down to where the beak is. Oh, that's good. That's good. I feel like we're really getting into the kind of where I drive off the road. And then we all just have to nervously look around and pretend like I was an illustrator once. This is a powerful image to me. I don't know why I drew it so far over to the side, but that's striking. They ought to send a poet. Okay, and then Pidgeot for sure has like an even longer hair thing. Let's draw one of these like flying. So we'll do kind of maybe like this way. I keep wanting to draw them with like toe heads. Maybe if I do this, and then I can like extend a wing out majestically. Like that. That's kind of cool. And then I could have the other wing sort of up and back like that. And they're sort of looking over in this direction. It's honestly like President Bird. Does anyone remember President Bird? President Bird was like this. It's a Ryan Pequin comic from like a million years ago, and President Bird would just show up and go, wee! They would say, wee! And that's kind of what I'm drawing for these bird heads. I think at some point I just internalized that as like, yeah, that's how you do bird heads, pretty much. It's just a little shape. We've got this back, and then a little kind of curled up feet, and then probably, I don't know, I really dislike drawing birds without reference, because what are they? Nobody knows yet. Scientists are still hotly debating what birds even is. Okay, let's move on to a little fella I like to call Ratata, or Ratata. And this guy is like some kind of a rat, as I'm to understand it. I believe it has kind of like a big-ish head compared to its body. But I mean, I'm just gonna draw like a little rat probably at the end of the day. And it's got like a long tail with a whoop. Remember that. Big ears. Don't remember how big the ears are supposed to be, but we're gonna go kind of this mode. And I don't remember anything about the kind of the muzzle area. I think it's like that because it's purple. I remember they're purple, and then there's like kind of a skin color underneath that for their flesh, and they've got these like nasty singular whiskers that are made of skin material, which I am not a fan of. This one looks very mischievous. And then they've got like teeth. And they've got teeth. All right, so that's, and then the hands are like exposed, like the hands and feet are also that flesh. Something like that. Just a little guy. Now, Raticate, the only thing I remember about Raticate is Raticate suffers from Crash Bandicoot disease. Where the mouth is like as big as the body. So Raticate is like a nasty chicken nugget with Crash Bandicoot disease. So they've got like a little kind of nose up here. Like all of the facial features are tucked away at the top. I could be completely wrong about this. Whoa, I feel like I'm already drawing a completely new creature. But it's got like the big ears. Fluffing up, and then it's got like the whiskers, and then down at the bottom it's got like the, damn, this looks like Hamtaro's rough cousin. And it's got like the big rat tail, like the exposed kind of skin tail, and then the mouth just goes all the way to Yaya. So it's like, and it's got like the big bottom teeth, and the big top teeth. And then probably like the little hands up here. And that's Raticate. Canonically. That's canonically what Raticate looks like. And no one can tell me different. Okay, page 2. Page 2. Page 1 is in the books. This is exactly how all these Pokemon look. Everyone knows it. And now we're going with a clean sheet. It's actually going to be kind of fun to have 251 of these. Oh, how we doing on time? How long did that take? The clock is saying, wait. That wasn't an hour, was it? How long have we been going? Oh no. Oh no. Is this gonna take 13 hours? Look, I have until the space shuttle comes back to Earth, okay? That's the allotted time, so we'll see. Can we compare with the official art before starting page 2? I do like that idea, but I'm wondering, is there a way that I could look at that without accidentally seeing the other Pokemon? I wonder. Actually, I probably can't do that in this stream because we would be here for 100,000 years. Yeah, NASA needs to like circle the plane overhead, honestly. But we should do a review stream. Maybe next time I'm around, we'll go back through the archives. I will be scanning all of these after the stream today. I'll put them up on the Discord server, just because I feel like for posterity we need to keep these in the archives. Next on the list, we have the one, the only Spearow. We're back to birds. We're back to birds. Here we go. Spearow, okay. When I think of Spearow, I think of a very pointy sort of fellow. I'm thinking like spikes for days. But I might just be thinking of the head plumage. Draw, Matt, draw. We can't equivocate on this. It has to just be no thinking, just drawing. It's got the classic bird body. It's got the president bird kind of shape for the head. And then there's like the classic Pokemon beak shape. We're going back to Pidgey mode. Except I believe it's like, it's got like a crest. Like it's got this kind of stuff going on. Remember when I was drawing the starter Pokemon and I knew them so well? Focus on that, I think. Just keep that memory in your heads. Yeah, this is kind of something. And then it probably has like a little bit of that going on, a little bit of sassy. And then I don't remember if there's like any separation between the body and the head. This looks like a chicken. And then the wing is going to probably be like a classic Pokemon bird wing, which is like this. And then they separate these feathers out and do that kind of thing. Yeah, I can only go off of assumptions here. It's got to have like the standard Pokemon bird feet. And I don't remember what's going on underneath. And then for the back plumage, it's probably like that. That kind of looks like a Spearow, I think. Fearow. Okay, the thing I remember about Fearow, it's got the what does it have? It has a long beak. I remember that. It's got like kind of a I really hope I'm not thinking about Doduo right now. But I think that this is kind of the beak that Fearow is working with. And it's got kind of like another crest like that, and probably the Angie eyes. And then I believe it's got kind of like a skinny neck. Again, I really hope I'm not thinking of Doduo right now. And then it's got like this kind of thing going on. And go ahead and just tuck the wings for now. And do that. Must have pretty sizable talons. I'm so reticent to draw any of these bird Pokemon flying because it's just added effort and time. But I think that's kind of what Fearow looks like, sort of. Ooh, next one's Ekans. Hey, check this out. Speed run. If that's not Ekans, I'll eat my hat. To me, this is Ekans all day long. Arbok, okay, slightly more complicated. Kind of, it's sort of shaped in a particular. And then it's got the main bod. And then it's got like the head up here. It's really happy just to be here. And then it's got the big cobra sides. And probably has fangs if I had to guess. And the little like Angie Pokemon eyes. We got a bit of a sharper nose, but that's okay. And then there's definitely like eyes here because it's supposed to be, you know, Cobra style. And then it's like a mouth, I remember, because it always reminded me a little bit of like a Gengar. Like it looks like kind of it's supposed to be a ghost Pokemon. And then there's like lines. I don't remember if there's any doodads on the tail. I don't think there is, but I'm pretty sure that that's Arbok. Okay. Next up is Pikachu. Famously easy to draw. Everyone's super good at drawing Pikachu. No one ever has problems with it. Famously, if you get even a tiny detail wrong, it no longer looks like Pikachu. So this should be pretty easy. Now, Pikachu is the kind of fellow who, like, has got kind of a wide head. It's, like, wider than you'd think it would be. And then it's got kind of like it's got long feet. And it's got chubsy arm. I think I drew that ear too big, but we must live with it. Yeah, in general, I think I drew it too skinny as well. It's probably more like this, if I'm being honest. And then it's got the tiniest nose in the universe. And it's got eyes that are so tricky, because if you draw them even a little wrong, the whole thing looks wonky, which, you know, too late. But I'm going to draw kind of a angry Pikachu, I guess. And then it's got, let's hit it off with a little bit of eraser to widen the visage here. This looks absolutely bananas. Bigger! Bigger! I think that's the correct direction for the tail, although I think it's more side-to-side zigzags than up-down zigzags, and then it gets like darker down here. And then it has the cheeks. Now the cheeks are like lower, down sort of here-ish. Yeah, close enough. It's a good rabbit cosplaying as Pikachu. Okay, Raichu. Raichu adds like some accoutrement, and also the tail goes bananas. So Raichu's kind of like big ol' head, big ol' body. Although with Pikachu and Raichu, I keep forgetting that the body and the head are kind of all one thing. Like there's not a lot of neck separation, but it's a very subtle kind of curvature. And then we'll have Raichu's chubsy little arms, which I believe are like shaded. And then they have like big old like critter feet. And what else? They've got like a tummy. And I think like that. Oh, they have like huge ears too, don't they? The ears go like this. And then like this. I remember there's some kind of like curved shape in their ears. Those are dark. They also have the cheek things. Yeah, that's more or less the Raichu of my youth. Let's widen that neck a little bit more. Gonna lower their center of gravity a little bit here, and then they've got their tail is like on a string. So it's gonna be all the way back here somewhere. But the tail is like this, and then it's like on a wire. And wraps all around the dang shop. So that's Raichu. Next up is Sandshrew. Okay, Sandshrew, I'm not going to get the patterning right, although I think it's just brick wall patterning, possibly. But Sandshrew is like a series of beautiful circles. Not too dissimilar from Pikachu in that way. And then they've got like little ears. And they've got like a little snoot, and the snoot is like these. And then they've got the eyes. They're a little like sort of alien-ish looking. And I think they've got like this kind of thing going on. And then it's like connects between the eyes, and then this area up top here is like the patterned area. And then they've got like big arms. And something like this. And then they've got a tail in the back, which is back there. And then I'll try my best to approximate the patterning, but it's basically like how you would draw a brick wall. So if you went like this and this and then this, and just drawing between all the lines. So just concentric kind of things, and then like this, more or less. And I think they've got like little toesies, but I could be wrong on that. And then possibly the classic like little nub fingers. That feels like a very Gen 1 design element. Cute. I love Sandshrew. And then Sandslash is like Sandshrew if they went Super Saiyan. So Sandslash is like, remember to draw it smaller. They've got like this, and then they've got like big spiky ears. And they're called Sandslash, so they've got the big slasher claw. And just so many spikes. Just absolutely bespiked. It's honestly unreal how many spikes these fools have. I kind of changed direction midway down, I think. And then, yeah, there's just so many spikes. All hither and yon. Yeah, that's basically Sandslash. Okay. God, we're only at number 30. Okay, we gotta... Alright, actually we're not even. We're at number 29. Nidoran. We're at the Nidoran family, though. I think I can knock these out somewhat quick. Although, I'll tell you right now, I don't remember the differences between Nidoran female and Nidoran male. Other than ear size, possibly. So, Nidoran female is like... maybe less spiky and more like rounded ear shape. So it's the shape that's like this. I think they have like spots on them, kind of Bulbasaur-esque, but I don't really remember. I know that the Nidorans are like generally covered in strange nubbins all over the place. And then Nidorina is more, they like turn reptilian at a certain point, but I don't remember if it's the second form. But they definitely get more defined. They start to stand up. So I think it would be like this kind of shape. More so than in the first one. Well, hello there, Raiders. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining on my bonkers quest. You find me today drawing the first 251 Pokemon from memory. And it's really quite something. I was doing very well, I would say, early on. Probably like spikes here, maybe? Some kind of a tail. Whenever I get lost, I kind of default to, like, how did they generally design Pokemon back then? And sometimes that leads me well, and sometimes it really leads me astray. I feel like this one is standing up too much, but I've come too far now. I've basically made a little standing up person, and that's just gonna have to do. It's like a weird mouse lizard, I guess. Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen is like sort of a Tyranitar, like big, all one sort of shape. And like the classic huge elephantine leg, big thick trunk legs, and I feel like when I think about Nidoqueen, I always think about the substitute Pokemon, because I think Nidoqueen maybe looks the most like the substitute Pokemon. where it has like a pretty simplified sort of shape idea, but it's got the big like muzzle mouth. Trying to remember now what that looks like. It's kind of like this, where it's like I'm a dinosaur. But then it also still has the mouse ears to make them smiling. Tired of making the Pokemon angry and roaring. But I don't remember any of the other characteristics. They probably have like a belly shape. Like so many of these Pokemon tend to have like a belly kind of covering. So I'm going to say like they've got one of these bad boys. And they probably have a tail as well. And definitely some kind of horns. This thing back here is supposed to be the other ear. I don't remember if that is even remotely accurate. Honestly, I didn't mess with the Nidorans very much in Red and Blue. It was mostly just like a take Bulbasaur all the way to the end. Now, Nidoran male, the only thing I remember is that the ears are bigger. That's like it for Nidoran male. So it's gonna be like a little guy, somewhat big head, probably a horn, because Nidoking has a big horn on his head. Drawn him relatively recently. And the ears are like long, like this. They're like the more bunny-like. If Nidorina is more mouse-like, Nidoran is more bunny. I hope. Who knows? Who knows? Nothing else, it's good exercise. I can't really fault myself for getting any of this stuff wrong. It's just a lot of guys to remember. I really can't remember what the snouts look like. I gotta just kind of downturn it and hope for the best. And then Nidorino. Crud, does Nidorino stand up? Myberry, good night. Thanks for stopping by. I can't remember if Nidorino stands up. I think they might be another all fours kind of fellow. What if we buck the trend and just have them sitting instead? Best of both worlds. That can't possibly be the shape. That's not right. I won't allow it. It's kind of neat to have a tangible kind of way of knowing like the gaps in my knowledge when it comes to certain entire groups of Pokemon, because I can just look at these at a glance and be like, yeah, clearly I know some of these better than others. Not Fearow, though. I nailed that. That's 100% accurate. But for some of these, it's just like, yeah, I've got a pretty big gap. Okay, and then Nido-King. I remember Nido-King being very, like, big extremities. Like, obviously a very big Pokemon in general, but I remember, like big hands, big feet. Like, Spike, no doubt. And then big ear. If I put like one of these down there, like he's bracing himself, and then have that foot up there. Oops. Overextended my reach on the old mechanical pencil there. All right. Nido-King. Okay, Clefairy is a circle. Every like 10 minutes or so, I remember like how much time I have allotted for this, and even though it is several hours, at the pace I'm going, it will take several hours more than that, so I really need to kick it into high gear. Clefairy is orb, and it's a happy orb. It's like this. And they do a little kick. And it's cute. And I think they've got like Charlie Brown style, like things outside the eyes and then little blush. And then Clefable is also an egg, but it's like, it's got the curly hair, it's got longer ears, it's got, what else? Little, wait, am I drawing Wigglytuff? No, this is definitely Clefable also. I think Wigglytuff and Clefable are kind of similar in terms of their construction. And then they've got wings. And the tail in the back. Blush cheeks. Okay, Vulpo, no. Vulpix. We just gotta go for it. I'm gonna draw Vulpix also sitting, and then we'll do the cute kind of head, and then like this. Let's see. Okay. What's Kakuna? What do you mean, what's Kakuna? Did I miss something? Ninetales. Oh my god, Ninetales. Okay. Ninetales. Ninetales is just so easy to fit into this tiny little box. They're sort of shaped in a way. I think that's Ninetales. Oh yeah, Kakuna is shredded, as you'll soon discover. Look at that fool. They got the classic, what do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They got a 10-pack, which is kind of normal and fine. And no one needs to be concerned. Ooh, Jigglypuff, that's easy. Circle. And then the hair. And then the ears. Oh, I could do this in my sleep. And then they've got sort of Kirby feet. And then they've got the classic Jigglypuff face that everyone knows and loves. You know, Jigglypuff. And then Wigglytuff is more of like a cotton candied bean. We've got sort of the beautiful bunny ears and the fluffy hair, and then the Jigglypuff face. And I think they have got like the kind of tummy line. I don't remember if they have a tail. I don't think they have a tail. So I'll just leave it at that. We finished 2 pages. All right, we started with 13 pages and we finished 2, so we've got 11 more to go. Although the final page will not fill up. The final page is like extra. Just in case I needed more squares for something. I don't know. Oh no, I've been turned into gamer. The gamer power. It's so funny how that thing works. Although I will manually turn myself to gamer for a while because that thing is broken currently, I believe. Okay, so stretch break. Well, I suppose. Actually, that's a good idea. I'm on. Oh no, I'm kind of scared. What's gonna happen when I try to stand up? All right, let's take a quick stretch, grab some water, grab a snack. I hope if you are also drawing along with me, you're not losing your mind too much. You know, we're gonna power through. We're gonna do this. It's only 3:30 here, so I've still got 4 more hours, 3 more hours, 4 more hours until I'm gonna watch that space shuttle come back to Earth. So we're gonna do this, even though we're only at number 41. So see you soon. All right, we are back. Get out of here, fuzzball. All right, we are back at it. And I have received a request to sketch Zubat, so I'm going to honor that request now. In fact, I'm going to draw the whole Zubat evolutionary line. So, you know, just for you. Let's begin. So Zubat is like a orb. Zubat's kind of a orb. And then it's got like little bat ears, which is very cute. And then it's got bat wings, which is also very cute. I don't remember if they look like this, but this is just how my brain defaults to drawing bat wings. And then it's got like nasty little long legs. And most importantly, got that mouth for screaming. It says, ah. Except this one is singing. And then Golbat. Okay, Golbat is a much gnarlier customer because Golbat has like the craziest feet. And Golbat is also one of the Pokemon that suffers from Crash Bandicoot disease, in that their whole body is a mouth. And then they've also got bat wings. Just some real quick and dirty bat wings. Golbat doesn't have eyes, does it? Or does it have eyes? This doesn't look complete to me. Again, rhetorical. You do not have to answer. I'm gonna put little eyes on here. Yeah, I think Golbat has eyes. Okay. Oddish. We can speed through some of these. Oddish is a simple little fellow. It's got cute little leaves. There's an Oddish. And then Gloom. Drew Gloom pretty recently, so this one's sticking in my memory bank. just a happy little friend. And then Vileplume. Okay, Vileplume's got the big hat. The world's biggest hat. I believe there's a lot of little dots all over this too. Easy. Okay, Paris. Oh boy, oh boy. I drew Parasect somewhat recently, but Paris is like mostly bug, I think. It's like a little bug body, and then it's got big circular eyes. And it has a little, like, nasty mouth with little teeth in it. And then it's got, like, crab legs. And then little, like, buggy legs. And I think it's like that. And then, of course, it's got mushrooms. That looks right, right? Yeah, that's Paris to me. And then Parasect is like the big mushroom. Goes like that. And then underneath, you've got just a absolute crit. Ooh. My wrist is feeling a little wristy. I guess I should aim for maybe I should aim for 151 and then see how I'm feeling. I'll assess if I'm feeling nauseous at 151, then I'll reassess. But I think I can speed through some of these. Venonat is just a circle with bug eyes and little pincer teeth and little grabby hands, and then like little feet, and it's kind of like shaggy. And then it's got antennas. I'm pretty sure that's everything on Venonat. Yeah, I think that's it. And then Venomoth. I honestly, if I'm being real, I don't really remember what Venomoth looks like. I think it's got like the Paris eyes, the big globes with the big pupils, and then it's got like the segmented body. I don't remember what its mouth parts look like, but I bet they're nasty. And it's got big moth wings. This is maybe the worst drawing. Possibly like segments. And then Doesn't look like a Venomoth very much to me. Oh, there's like some kind of head thing. It's like this. Like a crown. And then probably like lines, I don't know. You know how Pokemon wings be. That kind of looks like Venomoth. Ish. Maybe there's supposed to be more segments to the body. For some reason, the body looks really weird. This looks like somebody who's been tricked by a magical curse into becoming a moth against their will. I'm just going to make them look angry. Perfect. Okay. Oh, Diglett. Hell yeah. Diglett, I can do. I feel like I've been drawing Digletts all stream long. And then Doug Trio. Okay. Ooh, Meowth. Meowth. Okay, Meowth has got some detail to them. Big head, certainly. Like cat ears. It's the coin, of course. I think there's also like spikes, like whiskers. Gen 1 Pokemon love these, like, spike whiskers, which I kind of understand, just because it turns the whiskers into shapes, and it turns them away from just being lines, which can very easily get lost if you're doing small graphics like pixel art. And then we've got big eyes. And then, thanks for coming through, Pachi. It was good to see ya. And then we've got like the little body. I feel like I need to go SD with these proportions because I'm running out of room in this little box. Make him like a little Mickey Mouse guy. Really something. Really quite something. Steamboat Willie looking. Okay, let's do this. This. And then there's a tail as well, which I'll put over here. And I think the ears are black. Yeah, that's more or less a Meowth. That's more or less a cartoonified, kind of simplified Meowth. And then Persian is like What If Meowth but real cat, which is significantly harder for me to draw. I'm just trying to draw it like I would draw a cute cat pose. So I think that's funny. But it's turning out to be actually cute. Okay, and then Psyduck. Okay, Psyduck is like you take a snowman and then you push down on the top of their head. That's what I remember of the shape of Psyduck. So it's like you would take two circles and you would smush them until they're like wide. And then that creates Psy-I-I. It kind of looks like a combination between Psyduck and those like floppy duck stuffed animals that a lot of people had as kids. Which, you know, that's cute. The Psyduck looks like some of its stuffing is missing. An endearing trait. Golduck, on the other hand, is a nightmare creature. So Golduck is like... It's got a little head and like a big body. It's kind of Kappa-esque. Sort of like big tail. We're back to sort of the more monstrous Pokemon forms. Webbed feet. Possibly Popeye style arms again. I don't really remember. And then I just remember the bill was gnarly looking. Big and long and sharp. It's got like a gem also. Maybe I'll do something like... stick out the leg a little bit more. I'm always trying to get these guys to stick their legs out more. It's like my go-to pose for these Pokemon. Okay, that's Golduck more or less. Okay, Mankey is Orb. We're back to the Orb Pokemon. So circle, and then like extremities. So got like a fist here, and like a fist over here. And then like a foot here. Maybe a foot down here. And then connect the dots. Primate also orb, but I think thicker extremities. So let's do smaller orb, and then we'll do like a different pose just to make it somewhat different. He's got like one of those anger mark things. Okay, Growlithe. 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 Growlithe's like a dog, right? For some of these ones, I'm like, is it a dog? Is it a cat? But Growlithe, I'm pretty sure, is a dog with like tiger stripes. Oh, nuts. That means I need to draw Arcanine after this. Okay. Growlithe, I believe. This is going to be kind of a loose one for me because I don't really remember what this fool looks like. I like the round nose. And then it's like... like a mohawk kind of thing, and like big puffy tail, I'm sure, because Arcanine also has a big puffy tail. I've drawn Arcanine much more than I've drawn Growlithe over the years. In my mind, this is like... I'm basically drawing What If Arcanine, but smaller. for a lot of this stuff. And probably stripes are like this. Yeah, probably something like that. And then, are there any that I've never drawn before? That's such a good question, actually. Wow. I'm sure there's a few here that I've never drawn before. Well, no, I've definitely done a Blastoise. Weedle. I don't know that I had ever drawn a proper Kakuna before. I mean, that's pretty evident here, but like, even without from memory stuff, it's a possibility that I hadn't done a Beedrill, but I don't know if that's true. I've definitely done all the bird Pokemon. Sandslash, Fearow. Probably at least one of the Nidorans I hadn't done before. But a lot of these Pokemon I've drawn before. It is true. At least once or twice. Okay, let's properly size this Arcanine so I can get it to fit in the square better. Because Arcanine is like, you got to actually draw the body of Arcanine pretty small, because all the stuff that's fluffing out from them is so big. It has like the biggest tail, the biggest mane. But Arcanine, I have said over the years, at least in private circles, is the hardest Pokemon for me to draw, like by far. And it is, I would say, the most requested Pokemon via commissions. I think I've drawn this Pokemon 20 or 30 times over the years. Because they are beloved, but they are so hard for me to draw, and I don't even understand why necessarily, other than there's a lot of moving parts. And it's also one of those proportional Pokemon where, like, if you don't draw it, like if you draw one or two things out of place, it looks really weird. Like, it looks incredibly weird instantly, as is evidenced by this current drawing. But I'm not gonna, sweat it, obviously. We're on a time crunch here. But I remember a lot of the broad strokes, because it's like you got to make the fur stick out really far here, and then it has kind of this cross pattern that goes down onto the chest, and then there's like the fluff that goes out this way, and then there's the big, huge tail. The tail is absolutely enormous, and even with planning, you can't really fit it in this space. And then the little, like this. All right, we'll take one more shot at the face. Face is the hardest part, 'cause that's where all of the proportions live. That's gonna have to do. Okay, what do we got next? Polywag. Ooh, ending on a circle for this page. Bespill my heart. Please do not bespill my heart. Which means on the next page, we get to start with the rest of this evolutionary line. Whew. Okay. 2 hours in, and we are at number 61. Yipes. Okay, circle. Abra. Abra's like a sort of floating kitty cat man. Does Abra have a neck? I can't remember. Okay. They have like a little body. And then maybe big feet? It's kind of wild how the more I try to think about what they look like, the more it's eluding me. It's like trying to remember a dream. I know that they have a tail. And hands. Yeah, that's more or less right, I think. Possibly? Maybe the end of their tail is dark. And then Kadabra. Ooh. Kadabra and Alakazam I always mix up in my memory. Because I think they're both mustachioed people. Do we have Popeye arms here? I don't know if we do. But that's okay. And then there's like a big tail, I think. Back here, it's like fluffy. And I also can't remember if they have their spoon yet. But I'm gonna put the spoon in anyway. And then I think maybe when it's Alakazam, it gets the bent spoons. Only in Pokemon, baby. Yeah, I think that's pretty close. And then the big difference for Alakazam is like it has like spikes instead of ears. It's got a big ol' head, right? And it has spoons that are bent, and I think maybe there's 2 of them. but I don't know if much else changes other than that. Does it lose or gain anything? Oh, I think it loses its tail. Yeah, I think it just has like... Like it's still floating. It's got the big like feet. But then it has the spoons. Yeah, I think that's Alakazam. Oh wait, the mustache. It's definitely got the mustache. Yeah. Okay, Machop. Famously, I'm bad at drawing these ones, even though I've drawn them a few times. Machop is like a little Charmander-shaped guy. So he's got the weird kind of blobbo head with a bit of a, like, beaked mouth. And tall eyes. And then he has, like, fans. And the little... Maybe even a smaller body than that. And then his legs are, like... pretty chunky. And he's got, like, big arms. Oh, yeah, and he has, like, a little rib cage, too, I think? I didn't give myself enough room at the bottom to really draw the legs long enough, but it's kind of a weird cartoon version of Machop, I think. It's like a kid on the first day of school. Extremely my big brother will protect me energy. Speaking of, Machoke is like more large and reptilian, I think. And he's definitely got like the bodybuilder proportion. So he's got sort of thick neck and then this kind of shape for the body. And I think he's the one... It might be him and Machamp that have belts. I feel like they both have like the big wrestling belts or like muscle belts. And then it's just kind of human bodybuilder proportions from there. It's like big legs. The little knees. And then that. Really quite something. Really quite something to think about. I don't remember if there's any kind of Popeyeification of the arms. I think they might just be like normal kind of muscle arms, and I know they have lines. Because I always think about when I see them, they've got like those really bold red lines, and then I think this is all chest here. Very Goku coded. And then they've got a reptilian kind of head. I'll draw them at a side profile here just so I can... I almost didn't build them out big enough, but that's fine. Just stanced up. And the Machamp is the one that has multiple arms. He's like a Goro type figure. So let's make him. And he also has a beak, I think. Hand check, by the way. You probably can't see it too well, but look how I'm dragging the paw through these drawings. Such is the curse of being left-handed. Yeah, Machamp definitely has like a beak type situation going on. It's also got the ridges. Just a big, strong fellow. Okay. Ooh, man. Hand cramp. Okay. Bellsprout. Bellsprout has a bell-shaped head and a sprout-shaped body. You might be surprised to learn. So we're kind of going this mode. I'll do a cute little face. Doing a bit of a step. I think that's basically Bellsprout mode. And then Weepin' Bell. Weepin' Bell, it's the bell shape again, of course. Weepin' Bell's kind of Krusty the Clown coated, as I recall. They've got like the circle eyes. And then like the clown hair on either side. And then up here there's like a little kind of gourd stem. And then I think like some dots or something. There must be some sort of texture. Yeah, I think that's Weepin' Bell. See you, Red. Thanks for stopping by. And then Victory Bell is the most complex. Victory Bell's like... big. And the mouth is at the top, right? The mouth is like this, which is sort of conceptually intense. And it's got eyes underneath. And then some spots, and then it has... It's based on like a pitcher plant that has a leaf covering the trap mouth. I think that's right. The only one of Victory Bell that I've drawn recently was Mega Victory Bell, which has a very different design, but it also does have this like vine part up here. And I think there's maybe more to it, like it connects down here somewhere, but I don't really remember all that. So I'll just do this, because that feels fine. Okay, who's next? Tentacool. Tentacool has like, Tentacool. They're kind of like Megamind, right? Except they have jewels adorning their dome. And then they've got like angry eyeballs down here. And they've got like the squid beak. And I think there's like a floaty part here, and then they've got the arms. I believe there's only 2 tentacles. Seems right to me. Didn't quite fit them all on screen there, but... And then Tentacruel... I don't know. Tentacruel, I do not know. I do not know this man. It's like a UFO looking thing. It's like a bucket hat. Right? And it also has the jewels. What if a bucket hat was evil? Is the question that the Pokemon Company asked once upon a time. And they were correct to do so. And then it's got like a claw beak. And just a mess of tentacles underneath, if I remember. I don't remember how many, though. Just that there was a lot, so... Just gonna draw just a whole mess of tentacles coming out. Up next, we've got Geodude. Thank goodness. My guy is a orb. He's a orb with Popeye arms, which are the 2 things that I have remembered so far about Pokemon. So let's get him. I also remember that he has kind of like a funny jowl situation going on. So he's got like the classic Pokemon angry eyes. Right? And then he has like... He's kind of jowling. Like this kind of thing. And he's a little lumpy, but who among us? And then he's got the big Popeye arms. And he's just trying to box with you. Now that's Geodude. That's Geodude all the way down. Maybe the arms are too big, but that's fine. He looks cooler this way. And then Graveler. Graveler's an orb. But does Graveler have the multiple arms? I gotta search my memory banks to remember if Golem or Graveler has the multiple arms. I think Graveler does. Graveler's got like big, stocky arms that are like just big, nasty messes. And then he's got the angry eyes. And some kind of like thing. And then angry mouth. And oh yeah, because I think he has like arms tucked in. He's like holding his tummy. Going tummy mode. Not really sure why he does this, but when he's bounding along. Because I don't think Graveler floats. I think he just rolls around everywhere. If Pokemon Pokopia is to be believed. And then Golem. Golem is an orb also, right? But he has a special sort of face. He's got the face of like a creature. Sort of a creature's face. But I don't remember. It's like a sort of generic Pokemon creature face, so I don't know exactly. It would probably have like the open mouth and then maybe fangs at the top and bottom. Like gator-like in a way. And then the eyes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no additional limbs with Golem. I think he's just like... his limbs just become that of creature. So he's got like lizard legs and arms, and he runs around. I like this posing because he's looking free. He's looking fancy free. He says, I'm making a break for it. And also, I think he's like more kind of craggly and crackly. Like he's got segments all over his body. It's like more three-dimensional in my mind's eye. Which I should definitely spend a lot of time rendering for sure. Okay, and then what's the least requested Pokemon from the originals? Ooh. I don't get a ton of requests for the birds. I've gotten a lot of requests for Pidgeotto and Pidgeot. But like all the other birds, kind of not. Got a lot of Psyducks. No one ever wants Golduck. Nobody ever wants Golduck. I will say that much. Ponyta. I'm ruined. This is the end for me. Ponyta. It's just a horse on fire which makes it classically very easy to draw. So for Ponyta, you know, horse. Very easy to draw a horse. It's just a series of ruined sticks attached to a big blob. And then the neck go up, and the head go on. Okay, as long as no one looks too hard at that. It's fine. Rapidash, oh god, okay. The same thing but draw a unicorn. Let's go head down this time. Or like drawing from the head downwards. Like unicorn horn. My inclination for so many of these four-legged ones is like to draw them sitting, but horses don't do that. Horses don't sit down like people's do. So whenever I draw a long neck, I'm just like, make the body sitting. But I can't. I mustn't. Okay, Slowpoke? Slowpoke is just like a guy laying down. So this should be pretty easy for me, because it's sort of a draw what you know situation. Slow bro. Crap. Slow bro is like... He's got the shell. Maybe I'll try drawing from the shell. Forward. Okay. We're getting there. That's another page done. We got 4 full pages now. That is 4 of 13. Oh, boy. It's looking more and more like I'm going to have to split this bad boy up because we are coming into hour 3 of doing this. Okay, next on the list is Magnemite. That is an orb with 2 magnets. And then a little eyeball. And then there's like a little screw. And then 2 little screws down here. I'm very familiar with the design of this Pokemon thanks to a video game I played recently. I've looked a lot at this little friend. Magneton, what if you had 3 of those and you tied them together? Do they have the little... I think they've got the little bolts. Pretty sure it's just actually 3 guys sort of tied together. I have thoroughly... I thoroughly played Pocopia. I'll say that much. Perhaps a little bit too much of that game. But it was very, very good. I loved it. I'm a huge fan in video games of a checklist. I love it when it gives me a series of objectives and says go. And man, let me tell you, I finished filling out that list. Farfetched is next on there. Farfetched. It's not the standard duckbill with Farfetched. Farfetched is like a long bill, even though they are a duck. I mean, I know I'm just going to draw the same old body. Sorry, I got a text message. So this fool is carrying a leak. I know that much. So it's like this, and then it's got the green bit. And they're kind of holding it with their wing. And then maybe tucking this one up. This, right? I can't remember what the head size is supposed to be like on this fool. I feel like I'm drawing them too compact, but these are the things we'll find out at the end. I know that it's definitely got webbed feet instead of the standard, like, hawk feet. Yeah, I think I drew this one too cutely, but I guess we'll see. And then there's like a V shape on the head. Pokemon Champions. I only just heard about Pokemon Champions. And what I heard was mixed, but also it's not really the genre of game that I usually play. But I might check it out. I'm not sure. It's like free to start, right? It's one of those. So I guess there's no real, like, hard commitment or anything like that. Doduo. Doduo is 3 circles and a trench coat. And it's like a running bird, so it's got those long talons. Dang, that's kind of cute. I'm gonna draw it looking at a worm. What the heck? A worm? This is the Pokemon world. And then Dodrio is... Is it just exactly the same, or do they change at all? They must change a little bit. But for now, I'll go with what I know, which is 4 circles. Something feels missing with Dodrio. Do they have, like, head plumage? And maybe tail? It's hard to say. I'm not very familiar with Doduo and Dodrio. I don't think I spent a lot of time worrying about mine back in the day. Okay, next up is Seal, which, as far as I remember, is kind of like a seal-looking guy. Sort of laying on tummy, kind of kicking it back. This is what I remember of Seal. Now, was it just a plain face, or does it have a muzzle? Ooh. It was kind of dog-like, wasn't it? No, we're entering Sonic the Hedgehog territory here. I think it has, like, teeth. And then circle eyes and a horn. Kind of looks like a caveman. I don't know if that's right. And then Dugong. Maybe that's not right, because I remember Dugong not having a muzzle, but maybe Dugong just loses the muzzle? I gotta trust my instincts or I'll be here all day, I guess. So it's just like... It's another one where I'm like, it doesn't feel right. But I guess I just have to flow with it. Grimer. Now, Grimer is kind of a goop. Sort of a goopy man. It's got sort of these kind of eyeballs. And then just kind of gooping around, just goop style. Oh crap, other hands? Little tiny goop hands, and then it's like, I think there's like striations and stuff, but I'm not gonna mess with that. This feels Grimer to me. Maybe the mouth should have been bigger or positioned differently, but that's, I mean, you know, you get what you get. And then Muck. Muck is like the scary version of Grimer. Muck was like rise from your grave. With like the scary, ooh. He always had like the drip that went down across the mouth. And then maybe like a little angry eye. Yeah, that feels right. Right? Possibly. Okay. Shelter. Okay, we're getting into the aquatics here, which means we're starting to pull up on the end of the original 151, although we still have a ways to go. I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Shelter is like a little sort of shell, if you can picture that. And it has its tongue sticking out. I remember that very vividly, and it's got like eyeballs. And then the shell parts. Well, TFW, you remember that you're going to have to draw a Jinx at some point. Okay, and then there's like the top part of the shell, which is like a baseball cap. Goes back, and then there's like spikes that come off the shell. I've drawn this one pretty recently, so I remember a lot of the broad strokes, so to speak. Yeah, that's Shelter. That's Shelter to me. Oh, Cloister. What? Okay. Cloister's kind of got like a Georgia O'Keeffe sort of thing going on. We gotta go like vertical clamshell mode. Right. And then the pearl is the critter. And they're like, hey, I'm the critter. And there's like spikes coming off shell all over the place. We're going back to orb mode with Ghastly. And Ghastly, I remember, as the eyes go off, they can like leave the shape of the head. It is allowed. And then they just have the miasma that surrounds them. Ghastly. And then Haunter is like everything comes to a point. It's kind of like if you had the face and then you blasted air onto like a sheet and the sheet conformed over the face and blew backwards. That's how I always see it. So they just have like this sort of central concavity, and that's where the face lives, and then they got sort of the angry eyes, and they say, I'm angry. And then the mouth. And then back here they got just the blast. Oh yeah, it has like hands too, right? It's got like big old claws. And then Gengar, we're back to Pokemon who are basically a egg. It's like this, and then he like will be like running somewhere. Like he's always doing this kind of thing. He's got the big spikes. Go out a bit more. Okay, Onyx. Big snake. He's got kind of like the mohawk spike on his head. Very difficult face and mouth, if I remember. I think the last time that I drew an Onyx was for the Bulbapedia anniversary thing. And I remember it being very tricky to get the face correct. So what I'll do is draw it from a distance so I don't have to think. That's the illustrator's secret. That's our secret weapon. Onyx is just Onyx, and then Onyx turns into Steelix. And there's like bigger versions, I think, like Mega maybe? But no, there's no baby Onyx, which would be very good. They should make an Onyx that's like... They should make an Onyx that looks like actual Onyx. Because isn't Onyx like a black gem or like a dark brown gem? I remember when I was younger, I had a tie with an Onyx stone in it, and it looked really cool. And I remember quietly thinking to myself, that's the same name as a Pokemon. But not out loud. All right, Drowsy is next on the docket, and Drowsy looks like some kind of a dream-eating yokai. So let's do... What should Drowsy be doing? Drowsy's another one of those Pokemon that's like head like this, and then the big body, like very, very low center of gravity. Like honestly very cute if it sat down like a person. You think when a Drowsy encounters a Snorlax in the wild, it feels like it hit the jackpot? Like, oh baby, that's good eating. And then Hypno is like a man. Classic Pokemon move. Man, just I looked back. I looked back at Grimer, and I was like, what in the Klasky Supo animation is that? It's really quite good. Yeah, Hypno's just a guy, I think. He's just sort of a dude. Just kind of a hypnotist. Not my favorite style of making a new Pokemon. He's got like a ruffed collar, I remember. And then he's got like the nose. Cat ears, as so many of them do. And he's holding it's kind of like the hypnotizing thing. Just a menacing sort of creature. Up next is Krabby. Krabby is like a crab. And for $1 trillion, I will not be able to tell you how he is different from Kingler. I feel like Kingler probably has crown-like protrusions somewhere. But I'm gonna guess their shapes are pretty similar. I think Krabby is like this kind of guy. Got like the underjaw sort of style. claw arms. I don't think there's a difference in size between the two, as you might expect on a crib. Looking a little bald here. I think he needs, like... Yeah, that feels right. Some feet. But then Kingler... Is Kingler's size different? I think Kingler might be... like size variant for the claw. I'm pretty sure this guy's got, like, the crown adorning him. Bunch of legs. He doesn't quite look different enough for my liking, but I think it might just be a proportions thing. Like, if I was able to make him bigger in the square. Voltorb. Oh, thank goodness. A break. A break from thinking too hard. Now, I made that line way too low. What was I doing? Come on. But the age-old question is always, is it red on top or bottom? I'm gonna guess it's red on top for this one, and then red on the bottom for Electrode. We shall see. Okay, another quick stretch break, and then we will move on to the fifth, or is it fifth or sixth? Maybe sixth piece of paper? So stretch your bones. BRB. Okay, right back to it. I just realized my little guy wasn't talking. Did I turn that off? Let's see. Up, up, up. Beep, beep, beep. There we go. Okay. I'm talking again. All right, so we are 100. Man, okay. 100 sketches done. That's actually pretty impressive when put that way. Getting 100 sketches done in a day is no small feat, but we continue onward. So next on the list is electrode. That's another orb. I'll draw them even bigger. Now I believe one of the differences between Voltorb and Electrode is how the eyes are drawn. Also, I'm going to continue my guess of red on the bottom. But yeah, I believe that the eyebrows are like more cartoony kind of dots for Electrode. Okay, next up is execute, which is just a bunch of eggs. I don't remember how many eggs are in the bundle for execute. But I do know that one of them is cracked, which always really bothered me when I was young. I'll crack this one on the side here. Mess them up good. And then Executor. Oh boy, Executor. Executor's supposed to be like a coconut tree, but with legs. Okay, Cubone bone. So Cubone is like a standard little kind of fellow. As far as Pokemon go, just kind of a couple of circles. And then they've got tail over here. And the most complex thing is, of course, the skull that they wear. I actually can't remember if they're always holding the bone. Because I know that they have the bone often. And then Marowak is like bigger and with a more like solid skull. Okay, next up is Hitmonlee. I can already tell we're just doing the 151 today. I'm splitting this up into 2 streams for sure, because even with regular stretches, this is like kind of pushing it for me. But I'm quite impressed with getting this much done. It's also good for future stream knowledge to know how much of a thing I can actually do. So Hitmonlee is kind of like what if a toe could kick things, I believe. And then Hitmonchan. Oh man, I know I'm gonna mess up details on Hitmonchan because it's like boxing gloves for sure, and like pauldrons. I remember there being pauldrons. And then a little, like, pleated skirt thing. I don't really remember what the legs do. It's close enough. Okay, Lickitung. Lickitung. It's big. Big tail, I remember. It's another one of those low center of gravity Pokemon with like huge thighs and then a tiny little foot. If only there was another defining characteristic of this Pokemon I could think of. Certainly nothing else. And then it had these like concentric markings. And a huge tail. I remember the big tail. Well, these guys are going way out of the box. It's just the way that it goes. Okay, coughing, we're back. We're back in the orbs. Thank goodness. Oof, man, my thumb is cramping up. If I have any advice to impart to you, it's don't get older. Ow. Okay, coughing is like... Trying to think of the key differences between coughing and wheezing. Coughing is like this. he's got like the symbol. And then wheezing is two guys stuck together. I remember that much. But also, there's like a little meteor part between them. And then the big guy has like lower fangs. Kind of orc energy. And I think it's still the same symbol on the body. Yeah, that feels right. Okay. Rhyhorn. Not in a million years. Not in a billion years. Rhyhorn's like a rhino thing. So it's got a rhino horn. And then it probably has like angry Pokemon eyes. And then does it have like a shield for a head? Kind of like a Triceratops. But then what would this look like down here? I'm kind of picturing the guys from Super Mario World. The Dino Rhinos. I just remember them being like craggly. And being on all fours, so they probably had like the classic Pokemon dinosaur legs, but just covered in like craggly bits. I think that's as close as I'm gonna get to a Rhydon is like the Nidoran family. They're just like a variant of that, basically, right? Where it's the substitute Pokemon kind of trope. I'm gonna draw that face again, just to get me back there. And then it's like the rhino horn. And then like the angry Pokemon eyes. And it's got probably like ears and spikes. Just like the Nidorans. And then it would have that like sort of under neck thing. And then a big old sort of Tyranitar-style body. And it's got a big tail. And then big old chonker arms once again. Maybe? Whew. Chansey. Okay, back to familiar territory. I can ground myself with the calming energy of a Chansey. Chansey got pocket for egg. Chansey got little hand. Chansey got smile face, little eye. Chansey has Kirby feet. Chansey has tail. And then Chansey has hair. It's kind of almost like a ditto Chansey, but I mean, you know, we take those. Tangela or Tangela. Tangela actually is kind of an orb when all is said and done. They also have Kirby feet. And they've got their little eyes. And then they're tangled. So now I'm expected to just draw that. So let's begin. Yeah, it's pretty good. Whew. Next up is Kangas Khan, famous resident of the Safari Zone. I guess a lot of the ones in this sort of block are from the Safari Zone. Kangas Khan is another one of those substitute style Pokemon. We've got one of the absolute favorite types of their Pokemon to draw. And then they've got like shoulder pad things, I recall. Now they've obviously got a little baby. Horsey. Horsey is a circle and a like trumpet nose. And they've got kind of classic nautical side frills. And then they've got, what does their body look like? Kind of like a seahorse, if I had to imagine. Oh yeah, and they have like little wings too. Cute. Okay, Cedra. Cedra is like what if Horsey was angry. So Cedra starts off like that and then has the newt snoot. And then angry Pokemon eyes. And sharp. And they've got like really big kind of back wing. I don't really remember what they got going on in the front. I'm just going to draw the same thing from Horsey. Goldeen. Goldeen's got a small body but a big frill. So Goldeen's like this, and they've got the horn, and they've got those hooded eyes. And the absolutely bonkers human mouth. And then they've got this massive frilly tail that has 3 parts to it. It's kind of like a 3-leaf clover. Kind of messed up where I should put that. There we go. Forgot about that emote. It's one of the classics. Now, Sea King is... Draw the dreaded face on Sea King. I know that they've got the regular human mouth, but like vampire version. And then we'll do these eyes, but from the side because it's really funny. And then the fins. And they've got like a mohawk kind of thing. And then they've got the big like butterfly tail. I think there's like splotches on the tail, like black and white splotches everywhere. Oh boy, we're coming to star you and star me. Now, the only reason how I'm going to know how to draw them correctly is because of the order in which they are placed in the Pokedex. Because I know that Staryu has to come first, even though I always think of Staryu as being a more advanced name than Starmie. I don't know why. I just always have seen that way since I was young. But just because I'm drawing them first, I know that Staryu is the more simple star-shaped guy. And they've got this gem in the middle, and the gem is surrounded by this thing that like attaches to all sides. Has this kind of shape to it. And then there's like lines down all those sides. That's how you draw Staryu. And then Starmie is not terribly much more complicated, but a little bit. Okay. Man, I'm gonna stick my hand in some ice water after this. Okay, Starmie has got a gem as well. And they also have the basic star shape. You basically, basic. You start drawing them the same, essentially. It's just like, what if a star was a guy? And you do the same gem enclosure by going to all the different corners and placing this thing here, and then you put in the enclosure element. And then the gem, but the gem is like much larger on this one. And then you also have this here and this here. I think there's like, for every angle, there's like a little thing, because all these lines come in. And then all you gotta do is in between all of these, you just draw another. There's like a second star spinning behind this star. And you put the lines in. Bing, bang, boom. That's the guy. So that's Staryu and Starmie done. Oh, we're getting into it now. This is the nitty gritty. Mr. Mime time. Okay, so Mr. Mime, all things begin with an egg and then radiate outwards for Mr. Mime. So Mr. Mime's got his little mime head. And he says, hooray! And then he's got rosy little cheeks. And I'll put on the finishing touches later, but he's got these big, like, dodgeball pauldrons. And just the nastiest hands you could possibly fathom. Just real gross stuff. And then there's a center circle, and then the two little leg circles here and here, and then he's got his little clown shoes. And then the piece de resistance is his bat wing hair. And everybody says, yay, we love this. This is good, actually. He does his little dance. Scyther. Wow. Okay. Inscrutable. Inscrutable Pokemon for me. I've never been able to draw Scyther well. He's got like a kind of a Pokemon Dino face. As I recall, he's got the angry Pokemon eyes. Oh, just the thought about drawing this guy is so deadly to me. Okay, let's put the head down here, and he's doing like some kind of Scyther-esque activity. he's got his shoulder pauldrons. He actually has the exact same pauldrons as Mr. Mime. And then he's got a segmented body. Because why not? And then his big, like, Mega Man style legs. I'm drawing him being almost balletic here. And then he's got his wings. Which have 2 sets. And he's coming in real quick. Oops. He's zooming. All right, Jinx. Jinx. Same mouth type as Goldeen, I believe. And modern Jinx is more like, what if a chicken nugget came to life? They go kind of grimace mode on this fool. And just a beautiful wig. Singing her big opera song. Put the spotlight directly on her. Okay. Electabuzz. Do I have more lead in this pencil, is the question that I am now asking. I do, thank goodness. Okay, Electabuzz. Gotta find some music. Okay. Electabuzz. Electabuzz. What could they look like? I can picture their like patterning, because I know there's a lot of like lightning bolts and zigzags. They've also got the they have like a UFO style head, don't they? It's like this. Wow. Dang. And then they've got like little, like this, like a little Shrek style. And I think they also have the V on their forehead. Angry style Pokemon eyes, of course. Probably fangs. Okay, Electabuzz, Magmar. Now, Magmar's kind of a duck thing. I remember it's very distinctive brow. It's got the Guy Fieri patterning on its body. And then like a big flame tail. Pincer. Pincer's an egg. With big old pincing horns. The angry eyes. And the nastiest mouth you ever did see. Tauros, back to real animals. Tauros, in general, feels like it would be kind of straight down the line. Big back. Like, I really can't recall how it's different than an actual bull other than, like, bigger. And maybe not even this big comparatively. It might just be sort of normal. But it's more fun to draw it this way. And then it's got 3 tails. Ooh, are my hands gonna hold out? Am I gonna make it? Magikarp. Magikarp is an egg. I drew a Magikarp pretty recently. And then Gyarados. Okay, Gyarados always feels like more complicated than it actually is. It's got like a classic style sort of dragon mouth. And then it's got this sort of trident thing. And that's where its eyes are. And then it's like the fins to the side. Lapras. Lapras is like whoop, and then whoop. And then ditto. Just draw whatever shape you want, as long as you've got this. Eevee, another pretty tricky guy to draw. Vaporeon. Okay, what do we got here? Ammonite. Ammonite's just a little sort of friend. They've got the big shell, and they've got kind of like a... almost a mustache of little tentacles. And then Amistar. Amistar has got like freaky mouth? It's like scarier mouth and eyes, right? It's like predator mouth almost. And then like scary kitty cat eyes. Other than that, I think it's pretty much the same. Kabuto. Kabuto is pretty straightforward. Just like those grabby claws. And then the glowy eyes. At least I always saw them as eyes. I think there's also like holes on the top of the shell, which might be its eyes as well. I don't know. But I always saw these things underneath as the eyes. Okay, another page done. Getting down to the end of the first 151. My hand is feeling bad. So we'll probably definitely wrap up after that. This was wild though. I think this is one of the longest streams I've ever done. Maybe early on I had like a 6-hour one, but that might have been just playing games or something. This feels like a marathon of drawing. Okay, so what do we got? Kabutops. Kabutops is like a beclawed creature. We've got a bit of a beclaw. I know that it's got a little like body, and it's got kind of scythe hands. And then the big shield head. The head is like... no one's ever seen it from underneath. We only know how to draw it from above. It's kind of like this. This body is going to be like Kakuna. I don't know what it looks like. So I'm just giving it abs. It's best not to think too hard about Kabutops. Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl is kind of like a pterodactyl, but a bigger jaw, I think. So standard kind of Pokemon dinosaur stuff. Put the Charizard horns, and then it's got like a big thing like that. But then I think the bottom jaw is like big. Lower jaw feels right, but that upper jaw feels bananas, because how would it fit into the... Maybe it's never meant to. Has anyone ever photographed an Aerodactyl with its mouth closed? No, either way, I'll do it this way. Okay, Snorlax. Snorlax is squished orbs. Big pillow feet. Big pillow head. Oh no, the legendaries. Oh no! They saved the hardest for the end. Okay. Articuno. I have to draw 3 birds in a row now. Articuno. Articuno has... Well, first of all, you already know how we do. Just because it's a legendary bird doesn't mean I can't just use the same exact shapes that I've used for all the other birds. I think it has maybe more of a downward turn on its body, though. With a tiny little beak. And then I think Articuno has, like, the spikes. And I'm going to have it with its wings folded up, but it does have, like, a big, long tail. I know that. It's like ribbons. And then angry little Pokemon eyes. I'm almost there to the end of Gen 1. Oh man. I feel very fortunate, extremely fortunate actually, being like as old as I am and having drawn as many thousands of pictures as I have, that I have very rarely in my life ever felt like pain from drawing. Like I don't have any repetitive stress injuries. I don't have any of that stuff, and I never have, other than the occasional, like, you know, I banged my hand on something and so it hurts to draw this week. But I'm feeling it today because I don't think I've ever drawn this like concentratedly without any real stops. And there's like a bump forming in my thumb that's really crazy, and it's kind of freaking me out a little bit. It doesn't like hurt necessarily, but it's definitely, my body is telling me like, hey man, you can stop after 151. But yeah. Okay, Zapdos is next. Zapdos is the kind of man who has a big beak. And Zapdos likes to also get his wings out. I think it's impossible to kind of have a Zapdos who isn't going like, wow. Don't worry, I will not die. If I was a true madman, if I was, you know, my younger self, I would have been like, let's push through and go all the way. But I understand at this point in my life that you can't do that sort of thing and get out unscathed. So I will be responsible. I will stop drawing for the day. And I will treat my hand to some soothing ice, maybe a little bit of heat. And I'll rest up. So many spikes on Zapdos. Okay, Moltres. The last of the legendary birds. Moltres is like... I'm trying to do another flying one, but Moltres has a very sharp beak and just a lot of, unsurprisingly, a lot of fire. Okay, let's see here. Ooh, the dragons. Okay, Dratini. Now, something they won't ever teach you in your precious school is Dratini is basically a Ditto. Because Dratini has the Ditto nose. Or not the Ditto, sorry, the Diglett. They've got the Diglett nose, and they just have like more beautiful eyes than a Diglett does, but I'm gonna give it dot eyes anyway. But it's like, what if a Diglett learned how to be a beautiful mermaid? And what if? I think that would be great. Dragonair. Now, Dragonair, they like lose the Diglett of it all. And then Dragonite. Okay, Dragonite is friend-shaped. Okay, last two. Mewtwo, famously easy to draw Pokemon. Not a weird angle on this guy. And there we go. Now let's review. It's actually kind of daunting when you put them all next to each other. Whew. Oh man. Okay. So here we are back at page 1. Look at all these little guys. Some better remembered than others. That Ekans is still perfect. Some of these you could hang on the dang museum wall. I'm actually pretty fond of this Golbat. Like, some of these could go all the way. It's like, we got a couple cute poses in here. We got some cute ideas. Look at all these little friends. Wait, Doug Trio's a Doug Duo? Where? No, there's 3 of them in there. One of them's just turning their head away. They're uninterested in their companions. Look at all these fools. I'm pretty fond of this Graveler pose. I might take that further. Like, some of these are ready for the illustration sketch pile, which is very fun. Some of them are definitely not. I think around here I really lost my way. But, you know, I kind of came back strong. Like, I think all of these are pretty good. This Drowsy's also good. This is when I began flagging, I think. Although there's still a couple of good ones in here. Wheezing is good. This Tangela is pretty fun. You know, there's some like pretty good stuff in here. Some of them I'm just proud that I was able to draw anything from memory. Like Electabuzz was really not in my brain at all. I feel like a lot of the Eevee, like pretty much all the Eevees, no. I'm really bad at drawing Eevee. Like if I'm gonna draw an Eevee for a commission, I have proper references in hand. Because those things just absolutely fall to pieces. Yeah, I got my George Costanza Magmar. Well, I think when I got to this point, I was starting to go kind of brain numb because I had drawn a few of them just like straight on. And I was like, let's make them do some fun poses. But yeah, that's kind of cute. And then the final batch. Just some little guys, you know? Just some fun little friends. Oh, 151 sketches. Ay caramba. And let's do it all again. I'm definitely gonna take care of myself. I'm gonna fix my hand up now. I'm gonna eat some good food. I'm gonna celebrate the return of the astronauts from space. And I will say, look, we've got more Pokemon to draw. So I'll be back. I'll try my best for next week. There's no guarantees. The only guarantee is when I'm able to stream, I will absolutely blast it out in the Discord. So !Discord if you'd like to join and get notified of that. Otherwise, you know, I'll see you when I see you. I'm still around. You can catch me on all my social medias or whatever. Most active on Blue Sky these days. But yeah, we still have up to 251, so that means 100 Pokemon remain until I'm done this challenge. And honestly, I think if I kept it to just doing 100 at a time, I would be okay. I started to really feel this one at 100. That's when it started to kind of set in. But I'm glad I did it. I conquered it. So I will see y'all next time. Thank you so much for hanging out. This is kind of, you know, it wasn't a fully spur of the moment thing. I only wanted to come back to streaming when I had something like wild to do. And this was certainly that. But I'm glad y'all came and hung out with me. This was really fun. So that's it. That's all. Nothing really to add to that. Hope to see you around and take it easy. Have a good rest of your day. Goodbye, everybody.